Time for target practice.
Hello everyone and welcome to Bluespan's coffee drinking stream. What the fuck, I'm Divine 5? And yet this fucker's ranked 1900? Are you kidding me? Explain that to me. Alright, hello guys, welcome everyone. Hello Lulu, hello Roshan, hello Vibev, hello Armin, hello Fizzy, hello AJ, hello Doctor, hello Wayne, hello Vinit, hello Hadi, hello MZ. Welcome guys. Guess whose birthday it is? Oh. Wait, where's this button? This button doesn't work. Is it Pikachu's birthday? How old are you, Vinit? Oh, I almost a 5,000 win. Ooh. Only 14 match MVPs? Damn, I suck. Could've sworn I had a background. In line with the Queen of Fame. Fuck it, let's do it. You're 20, Vinit? Happy birthday, buddy. Congratulations, my friend. Happy birthday, Vinit. How are you celebrating? Is that a big deal in Indian culture to be 20? It is in Japan. When you hit 20 in Japan, that is the time that you officially become an adult. And then you have to take fancy pictures. In Canada, we don't care in Canada. In Canada, it's 19. In my province. And 18 in some others. Because that's when you can drink alcohol legally. Legally! Hey! I mean, we drink it beforehand, but you know, it's nice to be able to legally do it. Not that I'm implying anything. Hi, dear. Thailand? Who said anything about Thailand? I've got some chicken biryani for dinner. But Vineet, that's what you always have for dinner. Hi, Trio. Just playing some Dotes. Vietnam? What about Vietnam? What is my idea about Iran? No opinion. Although I did hear you guys don't treat women as equally as you do men. Am I wrong? If he needs dinner tonight, the same thing he eats every night. He just have try to take over the world. I tell you what, Vineet. Why don't we play one of your heroes today? It is my gift to you, friend. What hero would you like, Vineet? And you know what? We're queued for an unranked right now. The stars align. Let's play your hero, okay, bud? Yeah.
This is Sparta!
What do you want, buddy? It's time to jam? Oh, sure. Sure, let's do it. What do I think about Blizzard? I think they're bending over for Chinese money. Oh, we don't have jam. Do we? I don't think we do. Why is it so hard to play offlane these days? Are you kidding me? You think offlane is hard these days? Oh, you kids. Back in my day, I used to walk to school uphill. Twice. Back in my day, offlanes were 3 versus 1. And now it's 2 versus 2. What more could you ask for? I want 3 versus 1 in the offlane, and I want to have 3 teammates total in my lane. Can I play with Melon? Yeah, sure. Nah, I'm sure most of your games are not 3 versus 1. Let's be real here, homie. If it's 3 versus 1, it's 3 versus 1 for like 1 or 2 minutes at most. Why do they obey Chinese? I know why. Wait. That's why they obey the Chinese. Anyone here like money? Oh, yo, Seb. Hey, you need to remind me to play Earthshaker again, okay? Just in case I forget. Because that's gonna happen. Very, very easily. Hello, Rejay, welcome back. Whoa. Jewish? Let's not bring race into this. Glad you like the line, said Donsley. Hey, Donsley, man, maybe you just need to play better heroes. Alright, let's be real, okay? Donsley, what heroes do you play? Quickly give me 3 of your offlane heroes that you play. And yeah, Unique, I actually got younger in the last 2 years. Axe, BBLC, or Pango. Right. Do you know how to pull? Do you actually know how to pull? Do you know how to skip waves? Do you know proper laning matchups? Like, if you pick Axe against Ursa, you're gonna have a bad time. Tran, nobody's talking to you, Tran. If you're picking, like, let's see here. Sven. If you're picking like let's see, what are the people on the list? If you're picking BBH to Sven Mirana, you're gonna have a bad time. If you're up against Monkey King, you're gonna have a bad time. If you're having a bad time, you should skip the creep wave. If you're playing LC and you rush Soul Ring, you're gonna have a bad time. If you don't buy Chainmail right away, you're gonna have a bad time. There's a lot of little things that you probably fuck up, I'm sure. Hello, Para. See you later, Regia. Do I know who Joseb Stalin is? No, I don't. Should I? We're playing an Earthshaker. Regia, I thought you were going to sleep, bud.
Hey, we'll hold them down, you knock them out.
Yeah, ban Silencer, so he doesn't fuck up my combo.
Okay, your pick now. You know what
Earthshaker.
Wait, what's going on?
Tell you what, Donsley. You send me $10 US. $10 US, and I'll spend at least 25 minutes looking at your replay. Let's do this, Vineet. Birthday boy. Let's shake it off.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Ah.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
Is this a core? I spilled coffee on my desk earlier, guys. The way that I spilled coffee on my desk was I actually elbowed my coffee cup.
This
And
is
it was
when you
full.
win or lose.
God. That was not a good time. Where's Zeus going?
What? Huh?
Zeus, where are you going? Yeah, we're gonna shake it off, Regia. We're gonna shake these enemies off by killing them. He doesn't know where to go. Play safely in orange. Mr. 6,400 commands. Oh, I think I played with him yesterday. Swap me, grab. What the? Zeus going mid. Oops. I'm Divine 5 right now. The fuck is going on this game? Earthshaker. Previous match 11-1 as these. Ooh.
I will crack the mountains wide.
These aren't you gonna mid? My fucking.
Prepare for battle.
Oh, yes.
I mean, you're looking at Wikipedia or whatever it is, right? Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Zeus mid, right? Zeus mid.
Let's shake things up.
Okay.
Move it. Moving. Very good.
Yes, Donsley.
Onward.
30
I speak
seconds.
Renanhua. Speak English, please.
Forward. Moving.
Oh, you don't play Slark?
Of course. Right. Deep.
Fuck! Use a Fisher for that.
I come.
Whatever, it's unwrecked, man. Have fun.
The earth moves under my feet. Base and tremble. Let's roll.
What is this Wraith King doing? He's Quelling Blade, isn't he?
Cover
Oh, yeah.
ground.
So we will block one of these camps.
Yes.
In fact, we're gonna block 2 of these camps. I'm gonna block this one with my body.
Oh, yes.
This is Sparta!
No jungling in Sparta. Oh, you fell asleep during Oracle game, you fuck! Dude, it was a good game. Oh, he has mana burn now, right? I don't want to fuck with that shit.
Forward. Base and tremble.
Excellent idea. Excellent idea.
Come on, Wind Ranger, stop missing last hits.
Let the earth quake. Moving. Onward.
Alright, we're just gonna start punching this guy.
Move it.
No, the creep wave!
Oh, yes.
How did you know he was Indian?
Of course.
Where's this Wraith King?
Covering ground.
Oh, Wraith King!
Yeah.
Oh, buddy.
Bless you. Yes. Very good. Oh, yes.
Where'd he go?
Yeah.
You know,
The earth
TA shits on Zeus.
under my feet.
Donation in Indian rupees? Ah, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good logic. Hit him! Fuck.
Here I come. I like to see what I'm jumping into.
First blood! First blood. I've been wanting to say that since this all began.
Moving. Mover.
Oh, oh, oh.
Yes. Bone swell.
Can't blink, can you, bud?
Let's roll. Right.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Yo, I gotta fuck up this Wraith King.
Let's shake things up.
I wonder if he knew that I had a ward in my inventory.
Yes.
I hope he doesn't, because then that's gonna get dewarded real quick.
Moving.
I think Wraith King's jungling in the triangle. I don't know what happened to your sound effect lagger. Should work.
Very good.
5 mana runes. 5 mana runes.
Covering
Oh, you want to go for ours, do you? There's not a whole lot you can do about that.
bounty.
Help!
Let's roll.
Look at this fucking Wraith King just jungling. This is 6. This is head of TA, dude.
Oh, yes.
Oh, he put the wards here.
Tremble.
So both the wards are there. Okay.
Forward. Oh, yes. The earth moves under my feet. Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Stay.
Oh shit.
Killing spree! Double kill!
Okay, bud, I'm here.
Denied. Of course. Astride the earth, I soar through the heavens. Right.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good
Oh, I have
move.
enough for mana boots now.
Nice.
Nice. We're gonna get an extra level in Fisher. Uh-oh. That guy's dead. Oh, I need that sentry.
Forward. Covering ground.
Oh shit.
Moving.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
630 HP. What the fuck?
Very good.
Can I fucking cash my shit? Wah wah. Dude, he's all like GG well played. He dies while TPing.
Everything in hand.
Come on, Zeus, get back to your lane.
Your middle tower's
I got some dewarding to do.
Alley, get
They have a jungle Wraith King, so we have some late game
Here
issues.
I come.
Levels are clockwork. 4. Okay.
Moving. We have all we need.
Boop. Boop.
A bit more for the cause. Move it.
We know that Wraith King's jungling right there.
Yes.
Let's put a warder here.
Oh, yes.
Oh. He's got a DD. He's gonna play aggressive.
The earth moves under my feet.
He might run at the Zeus. He's gonna run at the Zeus. Zeus might need help. Help Zeus. God damn it.
Right.
Are you fucking kidding me, bud? What the fuck?
Tremble.
10-minute runes? 10-minute runes?
Yes.
I think Anti-Mage will go for ours. Or not.
I'll take that.
Level 5 Wraithing. He's gonna. Oh.
Of course. This never gets old.
I think Anti-Mage is going for it. Now he's gonna think there's a ward there. First item Vanguard.
Covering ground. Yes, indeed.
Oh, speaking of level 6.
Base.
Uh-oh. Somebody might need help. Holy shit. Zeus has ult.
Yes.
I don't know. Oh, I need to read this tome if I want to kill Anti-Mage.
Roll.
Oh, I need to cut this tree as well.
My strength increases. Of
Fuck, dude. Wah wah.
let's shake things up.
I guess man for you, bud.
Very good.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Here I come.
This Wraith King worries me.
Right.
We haven't been ganking him enough.
Yes.
Can't really kill Ant. He just.
Oh,
Nah.
moving.
I need a Quelling Blade.
Move it. Onward. Tremble.
Tis not for thee.
Yes.
Killing spree!
You wanna fight me again, bud?
Moving. Soon.
Oh man, I don't have Fisher.
Tremble. Here I come. Trapped. Moving. Move it.
Okay.
Onward.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Whatever, we can get this tower.
Of course.
Best thing about the enemy's top.
Hottie! Long time no see, my friend. I feel like I'm gonna get yanked if I farm this wave. Please don't hookshot me.
Good.
Help! Help! Oh, dude. How did I die? Still have the swan charge.
This I gave up immortality.
Oh my god, what the fuck? one by one. 15-minute runes are almost up. This guy doesn't play Slark. What the? He's got 3,600 gold. Is he going Radiance?
The earth holds.
Oh man, I don't know what to do.
Yes.
Are we better than them late game?
Forward.
I think no. No, we are not. Oh, this is a big problem.
Moves under my feet.
Why didn't I Echo Slam? My Echo Slam is more valuable than Clockwork's life.
Clap. Down you go. Pardon my reach. Let's roll. Oh, yes.
Invisibility.
Shake it and take it.
Your top tower needs help. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny? Your top tower is under attack.
Ground pound.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, good. Thanks.
Link dagger. Move it.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Your top tower has fallen.
That's not helping.
Yes.
Wow, TA.
Very good.
We can push this.
Move it. Of course.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh man.
Top tower is under attack.
The earth moves under my feet.
Care. Zeus is gone. Care. I can't blink for like 8 seconds, okay, bud?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. This is one of the things that
Oh man, nothing.
better be something important going on.
Oh shit, they're so low.
Your middle tower is
Oh, Zeus. Why you gotta leave?
double kill.
Ah, man, that's really sad.
Your bottom tower is kind of bad. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, no, I saw Zeus like, you know what, Namdo? I saw Zeus go top, and I'm like, oh shit. And I'm like, oh man, I really hope that he would stay just to finish his tower. And I know he's gonna miss like 4 or 5 CS, but whatever.
Yes.
I wonder if this guy sees any wards. You see some wards, Slark?
Moving.
They got wards? Where is it?
Here I come. Base and tremble.
I think we lost this game, to be honest.
Ground. Let's shake things up.
Wind Ranger, you ready?
Moving. Oh, yes. The earth.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Very
Hey, look at you! Knocking down that bottom tower! And over here, we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
So why he had like 3. What? What the fuck bracket is this guy in?
here I
What the fuck is this build? Why?
Yes, indeed. The earth moves under my
It's like this guy can read my thoughts. Maybe we just having the same thoughts.
earth works for me. Oh, yes. I click with power.
Uh-oh.
Let's shake things.
Killing spree!
Oh my god, Slark, your fucking build is so shit, bro. I saved the Zeus. It's for the bonus damage for do easy kill creeps. Okay.
Moving.
Sometimes I just don't understand. Well, I mean, he did say he doesn't play this hero. Then why would he pick it? I think he wanted to play support. Maybe he's not even a carry player.
Right. Onward. Yes.
Oh my, for do easy kill creeps. Yes, indeed.
Quick and crack.
What a fucking it. God damn it. Oh, God damn it. We lost. Oh, first item Abyssal Blade. Oh my, why? How did you get into my game? Holy shit. I just don't understand. I really don't.
Of course.
So I should play carry. Well, it's Vinny's birthday today and he said he wanted Earthshaker.
Move it.
I'm gonna have to carry this bitch.
Oh, yes.
Oh man, I don't know what to do.
Roll.
Anti-Mage's getting bigger and what the? Anti-Mage have a retarded build too.
Onward.
Your bottom tower is under attack!
I think I need eggs next so I can get out of Clockwork bullshit. Can you land your pounce? A little early? A little early?
Very good.
You want to kill me, Clockwork? Oh, 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 oh. I gotta cut this guy off. No, I don't. Ooh.
Face and tremble.
This.
Move it.
Yoink! Get him, Juice! Fuck, I can't cast my shit.
Moving.
God, what bracket is this guy in? Seriously. I can't tell.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Holy shit!
Ready.
I'm dead.
The earth moves back to dust.
Fucking, there's suddenly 3 of the. What is this? Who put this word here? Who? I bet it was Rubik. Dude, this fucking game is just a bunch of monkey business.
Every coin helps.
Worst ward I've ever seen in my life. That's a flame. Oh my god, look at his items. Phase boots, abyssal blade. Phase boot, and abyssal blade.
The earth calls. And something
That's just amazing, man.
moving.
That's just amazing.
Move it. Here I come.
Zeus.
Oh, yes. Earthworks. Of course. Forward.
Nice job.
Power of the earth itself.
Power.
Beyond the grasp.
Pardon my reach. Onward.
Good job.
Moving. Very good.
You can try force tap to avoid clock. Yeah, or I could try eggs.
Yes.
This fucking guy, man.
Oh, yes.
Dire structures are fortified.
Here I come.
Hope they don't know where I am. Okay. Hope they don't have ward here, because that would be... Oh, they're going for the late game. Yeah, even this Magnus will be farmed. This support Magnus, I think, will be farmed late game. I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Forward.
Yeah, time to get the fuck out of here. Oh shit.
The
Yo,
earth
there's this clockwork near you.
under my feet. Let's roll. Let's shake things up. Move it.
We lost. I'm sure that we lost. And this is from the Warcraft 3 soundtrack, yes.
Move it. Yes. Moving.
Oh, fuck, I'm too late. Coming. Don't let him blink. Hey, the Abyssal Blade kind of came in handy in that one situation. Debated, ha ha ha.
Down you go.
Explain that humor to me, I didn't get it. Okay.
Of course.
You're a normie? What does that even mean? I don't understand the logic. What's so funny?
Yes.
Oh shit.
Yes. Let's shake things.
You fucking shit. Oh my god, I'm so dead.
That should help.
Yes. My fault.
RC, RC? Ah, damn it. We lost.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Uh-oh. Jesus.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your mid tower could talk. They'd be pretty mad at you. What, not your job or something? Nice middle tower now, by the way.
Yep. This is just a slow
As one.
delay of the game.
Your middle tower is under attack. The last building falls.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we can get some miracles.
Moving. Yes,
You better
indeed.
poof on over to your bottom tower. Killing spree.
Covering ground. My
Oh.
Dominate.
let's roll.
Haha, debated. Ha 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 ha. Is this Zeus core? Yes.
Tower is under attack.
Dead.
Top tower needs some help.
Earth works for me. Right. I'm gonna pound.
Alright, I got eggs. Woo!
The
This is gonna be fun.
earth under my feet.
Maybe we should get Daedalus.
Base
We need BKB though, don't we?
tremble.
BKB. BKB?
Onward.
I wonder who it is. Oh god, he's strong. Bash him, bash him! Oh yeah, look, the Abyssal Blade came in handy.
By an order. Very good.
You don't want to do this, Clockwork. You don't want to do this. Help! Help, teammates! Help, teammates! Help! Help!
I've come to talk with you again. Because a vision softly creeping.
Oh my god, it makes me so sad looking at his build. This is just Rubik by himself. He even has a salve. yes, yes he does.
Moving.
It's 35 minute runes. 35 minute runes.
Oh, yes. Bounty.
I'll take
take that.
Move it. Forward. Fisher.
Oh, you got saved by fucking clockwork, eh? Can't fish her. Abyssal by anti-mage. Uh-oh, this guy's gonna blow up. Get me out! Get me out of this game. Wind Ranger's their only hope. Zeus is okay for him too. Definitely not Slark though. Slark is just like a... He's a walking stun is what he is. You know, Maddie boy, this isn't even my Smurf. This is straight up my Immortal account. I mean, Divine 5 account.
Yes.
Oh.
Swell. Very good.
I think I'm getting BKB. Oh, someone's about to die.
The earth moves under my feet.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Can I get level 18, please?
Base and tremble. Let the earth quake. Fisher from out of nowhere.
Wind Ranger.
Here I come. Call it a conspiracy.
The Wind Ranger had blinked the whole time, right?
Oh, yes. Move it.
I'm not sure, but yeah, I'm just gonna heal this.
Let's shake things up. Of course.
I don't really need this Quelling Blade.
Killing spree!
Covering ground.
You know, like Wind Ranger can carry, but she just doesn't scale that well.
Yes.
Look at this Wraith King, who was in the jungle and not getting safe lane farm. Then look at this Slark. Then look at this Wraith King. And then look at this Slark.
Right. Oh, yes.
He's by himself. Wait, is that even the real one? Never mind.
Yes, indeed. Swell.
Your top tower is under attack.
Here I come.
You need money, Zeus? Oh, you're close to refresher, huh?
One step closer to that which calls. Moving. Shake down. Very good.
Coming.
Dominating!
Coming for nothing. 40-minute runes are almost up. 40-minute runes.
Bounty. Yes.
Gaius Courier has been killed. It's tough out there. Courier's just trying to make a
Oh,
living.
dude, she's like half a second away from dying.
Right. Favorite.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Let's roll.
I don't know what's going on in this fights.
Covering ground. Yes. Presently.
I'm alive! I'm not alive. Die, Anti-Mage, you piece of shit! This fight's been going on for so long, TA's back alive. Come on, dude, just get out. Oh god, oh god. Oh god, oh god, oh god. He's dead. He dead.
Killing spree.
Yep. Dota 2.
Tower needs some help.
Slurk sucks dick. Oh man, where do we get these players? He's by himself, huh? Boom, baby!
No one sees an earthquake coming. Move it. Not yet. Let's
Oh, I have enough for my BKB now.
forward. Round. Swell.
I can get Daedalus next. Oh shit. Oh yeah, going crit shaker, baby. Support crit shaker. I don't know what's going on, but I'm about to die.
Not yet.
Oh shit.
Of course.
Oh shit.
Tower is under attack. Monster kill.
Oh, he got it. Oh no, Zeus. Oh no, Zeus. Oh shit! Holy fuck, these fights are all over the place. Anti-match, go anti-match!
Anywhere.
Triple kill.
What the fuck? That's how you get. That's how they get you, Lord. Oh, getting carried by Wind Ranger. Wind Ranger, please take it. Do not let this guy get the Aegis. That would be game losing. Is that real?
yes.
5002 Aegis. Thank you, Lulu.
Take that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I think we have like within the next 10 minutes to end this game. You're welcome, Gunter.
Let's shake things up.
Let them feel scared in their base.
Right.
Everybody wants this farm, huh?
Yeah.
Invisibility.
Thanks, Mr. Yoso.
Covering ground.
Holy shit. What's going on over there? Okay, this is when we back.
Let's roll. Yes.
Yeah, this Rubik's a good game sense.
Kite shaker. Of course. Down you go.
What the fuck? Boom, baby! Oh, you want some of this? You want some? Fucking mana, dude. Woo! I got him. Oh my god, the skills! The skills! Yeah, suck my dick, anti-mage.
Moving.
Oh, Slark, you know what a buyback is? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Still have Echo Slam. Oh shit. Oh wow, that's a really long lockdown. Woo! What the fuck? He already died, didn't he? He didn't already die? You fucking kidding me? No! Oh, he had his refraction anyways, whatever. Oh shit!
Double kill. Haste.
He could have just ran because he's hasted. Slark compensates the overall skill of my team. So are you saying my other teammates are really good? So therefore he has to suck? Is that what you're saying, Shreyas? Because it would make sense. My other teammates are good.
Power's under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Alright. Alright. Alright, alright, I'll do this. Alright, alright. Not sure this is enough though. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh boy, this anti-mage needs to die. Oh, go, 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 Slarky. Go, Slark.
You're not going anywhere.
Got him. Even when Clockwork has a BKB.
More for your butt. damage.
That should help.
I don't know. I don't know if I want BKB. I mean, I don't know if I want Daedalus. Oh shit. That's our carry. That's the real carry.
The mark.
That's the real carry. Maybe I should get Lincoln's. I'm so scared of Abyssal Blade. But I don't. No. We're gonna get Daedalus first, or Bloodthorn. Maybe Bloodthorn. I don't know. We'll see.
Could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Radiant called in the fortification.
Give 2 lanes.
The bottom tower is under attack. Your
This is 25, right?
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone.
Don't let him blink you. Oh god, come on, dude. Come on. Okay, that's GG.
I'm your god too.
Hey, your bottom barracks need help.
The bottom barracks has fallen.
This Rubik's is actually really
Middle
PMA.
barracks are under
I
attack.
like it.
If you wanted your middle barracks to not fall, you're doing it wrong.
God damn it,
Middle
Slark.
barracks has fallen.
You have an hour of farm and this is what you have?
Killing spree.
Tremble.
Yeah.
Covering.
Dominate.
Oh god. Oh god.
Double kill.
I really ought to do something about it.
Your middle tower's under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Happy birthday, Vinit!
Middle tower has fallen. The range is under attack. He ain't lying.
Well, Wraithing is actually dead. This Clockwork is gonna get himself killed. Oh no! Oh no! Wah wah.
No!
My fault. Yeah, it is. Still pretty decent game though. Almost an hour long. Wow. Well, that's what happens when they have Jungle Wraith King and then you slowly start to see the effects of the Jungle Wraith King. Thanks guys, I tried. It's okay, Shreyas, don't be mean to Slark. He knew that he sucked. Sorry about that, man. Fuck me in the ass, Slark. Alright, let's see what Slark's medal. Slark is... Still can't see his medal. One Ranger's Ancient 2. This guy, is that a legend or is that a... No, that's an Archon. Oh my god, what the fuck? Well, these two are cute together. Rubik's probably high. I think I've seen him in my Divine Immortal games. Magnus is immortal. That one is legend. That's a legend, right? Legend 4. Yeah, I was a support. You know, I'm a support Urshiker, right? Oh wait a minute. I almost have as much farm as Slur. Holy fuck, he sucks dick. He's got to be like Archon or something like that, or lower. Oh, this Rubik knows me. Oh wait, my score is 1 in 12? That doesn't look very good. Check his profile, you might see some status about Slark's rank. Okay. Yep. Yep. 2016 Battle Pass, level 81. I think this guy's just... I think he's probably a very casual Dota 2 player. Hey Nicholas, remind me later, okay? But essentially, you wanna start off with Echo Slam. If you think they can get away very quickly. I don't know, there's a whole bunch of different combos. So sometimes you even want to start off with Fissure, because Fissure you can stun from a very long distance and it's instantaneous. Man, Divine 5, what a script. Rank 71! And he's a Smurf! Is this easy game?
5 seconds.
Rank 71 Smurf, dude. That's fucking amazing. God. Who is this guy? This is probably a TI player right here. He speaks Spanish. Maybe you're on that Spanish team. Ugh.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
First pick
Okay,
Invoker.
your pick now.
Wait, he's on my friends
You know
list.
what to do.
Lager. Bad and best hero? I was like 565 yesterday and rank 1200. But now I'm 560 and I'm Divine 5. But you're rank 1800. But still immortal.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Like, is there 600 ranks? Weird. The fuck? Like, I was 565 yesterday and I was ranked 1200.
Your pick. This is where
I just don't
win
understand.
or lose.
Blue Spread adds anyone with blue in their name. Don't tell them my secret. This guy's got a lot of ideas. Trant. So is a rank 71 good or pure shit? What? What? You're playing with a top 100 player in the server, and you think that he might be pure shit? Wait, what? How does... Oh, I see what's going on here.
Smoke weed every day.
Your pick now. Meepo.
Thanks, Owen.
What? Huh?
No, his name's been blue for a long time. Oh, wait, I'm not even hard support? Oh. Oops. I'm actually 4. I'm not usually 4. Okay. So then we will go bottom with this guy. You don't play Dota 2? Why do you even watch the stream? This is gonna be annoying. So we are gonna play the regen game. This is Ursa.
Prepare for battle!
Okay, let's get these items for now.
I should say so.
So if I were Mirana, which our best player is playing Slark? Okay. If I were Mirana, which bounty room would I start at?
Trying to stun strike before I leave base, boys. So if we want to scout, that'd be cool.
Okay.
Got like 15 seconds before I have to walk.
Okay.
So I have known from an early age, since the event of Fon's first and greatest revelation, that this one would be
30 seconds
No more sunstrike.
till time!
Oh,
shapes in mist.
I think Mirana's bottom. So we may have to get shield.
I see the way.
Oh, he's already got his glaze.
Chosen.
Oh, Mirana's top.
When the horn blows, the blood flows.
So it goes. Fog of war is no match for the mist of fate. Follow me.
Damn it. So I believe we actually just run at this guy with shield.
That. I just might. I see. I travel. This
That silencer is so annoying.
has come.
I'm gonna pull as soon as possible. Maybe we can get this guy's clarity if we... Pulling... You don't want me to pull? He didn't want to pull. How much mana does this guy have? Oh god. Oh god, oh god!
You better pop on over to your bottom tower. Really Trojan, get out! Double kill!
That's not worth it. What difference would it make? Does anyone else think this is a good idea?
I might say that. I see the way.
Oh, there's nothing here.
So I have sworn. Chosen of us.
Oh, he's got a stick now. Well, Triana came down here, so I guess I'll go top.
Floods my
Okay, I'll go top. I lost my clarity for that though. I'm not sure it was worth it.
grateful to you.
Oh fuck, I still have the Arcane Curse on.
I'm under attack. So be it. Indeed. I should say so. As counsel.
Invisibility.
Mist moves. I should say so.
5-minute runes, get ready for 5-minute runes. You know, I can just run at these guys. Why am I so scared?
I see the way. Such power. I might say that. Tribute to my house. This is good. More than like. What
Not
sort
while
of prize is this? Indeed.
Mirana's middle, Invoker.
Killing spree!
Oh, you died, Tidehunter? Oh, okay.
Things are rarely as they seem. Yes.
Did you just arrow and miss? Or did I imagine that? I think Stark actually wins this lane by himself, unless Mirana's there.
So it goes. Like shapes in mist.
Dominate!
Can you Sunstrike? Oh shit.
So be it.
I really want to ask this Tide, how's that support swap working out for you? I think that'll just trigger him.
I see.
Malfunction.
So I have sworn. By what rights do you trade?
Go shrine.
I see. So be it.
Coming back top.
It's not time yet. Things are
Mega kill!
Alright, somebody else's fault, right? I healed the creep, dude.
cunning. I see. Well studied. Chosen one of us.
Gotcha!
Take me.
Shapes in mist. I just might. I might say that. I travel with this. Nay. As counsel.
You want my clarity? It's like basically over, you fuck. shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Wow, nice play. Okay. What this item? Let's stop this tide from feeding again.
Indeed. The spectral mist fills my soul to up, so it goes. The mist moves.
10-minute runes. Get ready for 10-minute runes, please.
Armin's dead.
I'm coming behind this Tinker. See, you don't have much. Oh, he has ward here.
I'll take that.
Well studied. I see the way.
Hi, BJ.
Invisibility.
I'm not
Oh, that sucks, dude.
I go down to the river to wash your past counsel. So I have sworn. More than likely. I just might.
This Tinker like knows, dude. Invoker, watch this, please.
I am. Are you gonna Ravage?
Nice job.
Radiant structures are fortified. Ooh, your bottom towers. Dire structures are fortified. The bottom tower is
He has 2 leaps left.
This you're good like
Ooh, they almost got us.
Fucking beast.
killing spree.
Beast, blue span.
Sorry, say that again?
Think I'm a beast?
Yes, you're doing fantastic, buddy. Good job.
Thanks, man.
dark fast slate. I should say so. Very cunning. So be it.
Monster kill.
Vamos por Ursa.
Things are
We're not gonna go back to lane. Yeah, I don't mind just taking this lane.
I see.
Dame visión, pues.
So it goes.
Mira.
What the? How did I miss that last hit?
Dominate. On edge.
The mist chose me.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Actually, I'm not going there.
The top tower is under attack.
I might add that.
Two lead
Enemy's
charges.
bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
Mist
Your top tower is under top tower needs some help.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Oh, wait a minute.
Called in the fortification.
Go 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 go.
Killing spree.
What's that sound?
Yo, Tree, turn around.
Good spirits dull your mind.
I just might. I see the way.
Fuck off. I'm dead. Sunstrike? Boom!
You'd have done better.
Damn, this Invoker's so good.
For all the good your scraps of honor gives me.
Shit. Okay.
Mega kill! Unstoppable! Double kill!
Tribute to my house.
This Invoker's on my friends list. Of course he does.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
More than likely. You have caused death. Power. I see. A footing scarce contain so
Fuck, I don't have TP scroll. This is bad.
I'm gonna make a
God, no.
killing spree!
I can't TP anyways.
I might add that. Submit. So be it. I travel
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm coming. I can heal you.
Gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny? The top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
I travel with the mist.
Haste.
Like shapes in
No 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 no.
Oh shit. Oh shit!
Yeah, oh,
This Ursa fucks me up, dude.
when his top power has been denied. It's the worst thing that could have happened to it.
Tormentor runes.
Oye, me echamos el para el idiota, vamos a perder si no, si le decimos estar despacio, eso babosos.
English, please.
Guy's putting up a barricade. Your top tower is under attack.
I see.
Help Slark, guys. Help Slark.
Submit. I just might. I see.
Killing spree. Dominate. Double kill.
Dude, stop running.
To my house.
Hello, Top Tower. Goodbye, Top Tower.
Your top tower is under attack. Oh, there's better be something important going on.
Taking fortified structures.
Pretty good move, if you ask me. Your top tower is under attack. You'll be fine, as long as that top tower don't fall.
Oh, it's 2 towers lost. I'm still debating my next item.
I see the way.
Not really sure what it is yet.
As counsel. I should say so. Chosen of us. To the ball.
The moonlight, moonlight, moonlight.
Yes. So it goes. Chosen.
Can't really push into that. Man.
I see. Like shapes in mist. Indeed.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower.
The Slarker's way better than last Slark, yeah. No kidding.
As counsel. Mist rules. Death for life. Submit. I just might. Runes.
You got me.
I should say so. Such power. All this was promised me. Things are rarely as they seem.
There's a war in this area.
I ride.
First I blink. Nope.
We get Tinker Wards bottom, so we can catch Tinker. Or top.
I'll take that.
As we go.
I have too many items.
Bounty.
I might say that.
Hmm.
Indeed. Such power. Who goes there?
I bought the Solar Crest because Ursa went Desolator, by the way.
Like shapes in
Oh, catapult.
I'm not coming mid if you guys get engaged on.
Okay. You're fine, bud.
Yes.
Solar Crest best item? Wait a minute. Solar Crest best item? But I thought Armlet was the best item! You guys don't know what you're talking about.
Fight mid. Kill the silencer. There's two heroes here.
So it goes. I see the way.
I can dispel dust off of you.
Get back, get back, get back, get back.
Hey, Moonlight.
Come on, dude.
They are going.
As counsel.
Hi, Jason.
This is up. We need to play around top. No playing bot anymore. Alright. Wait with the courier. I almost have my BKB.
I see.
Stop calling the courier, Tidehunter. I already said wait.
Mirana.
Le gastamos, le quitamos.
Espérame, tengo más rato.
We can force Roche. Go force Roche.
Salta. Bien.
Go Roche, go Roche.
Attack. So be it. On the time.
Ooh, that's scary for a moment, man. I can heal you. They both want each other to take it. Cheese. Cheese. I'm full. Come and slurp.
I just might.
Oye, dime dónde tienen ward.
Mira. Espérate. No. Por acá estoy libre.
What?
I travel
Can't just push, guys. I mean, I guess we can push that tier 2, but we have to catch Tinker, or we can't really push.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. Dominate! Towers under attack. This is one of the gates to the battle. Double kill! The bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Dire structures are fortified.
Ouch, 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 ouch. Ow.
The enemy's middle barracks are just a sweet memory.
Holy shit, dude.
Killing spree!
What's your problem, Rana?
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my god, I almost died, dude.
Of the 7-minute war.
Right.
I have sheep sticking up. Should push bottom.
Fountain.
I'm buying my solar crest real quick.
Bottom shrine has fallen. No more sanctuary here.
Slark's top there.
as counsel.
It's pushing top. Don't commit to this tower bottom.
So I have
Clark can't be here.
things are.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I might say that.
Why didn't he push out the wave? What the fuck?
I should say so. Scarce contain such power.
Unstoppable!
Okay, I'm just gonna grab this. Yeah, I'm coming with Arcane Rune.
For the House of Ernest. I just might.
Rank 71 Slark.
There's the BKB.
I travel
You can go in whenever.
You're good, I got you.
You can just ravage. Ursa has no BKB.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Just walk up.
so it goes.
Oh, that timing is so good. Report Miranda, please. You want by Agnes?
Enemy's middle tower has fallen. Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Can we delete Rumble? I mean, it's one of my favorite ones. It's one of Vinny's favorite ones. Oh, I'm immortal! Oh, I'm immortal! I'm immortal! I'm immortal! Bring back piss. Oh yeah, I'm immortal. Whoa!
Have you ever been top 500?
500? I've been top 500 in number of people my mom really loves. I think I'm near the top. Does that count? Thank you, Easy Commands. Damn, rich. Oh. Damn, that is like 70% of my donation bar. My mom's busy. Whoa, 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 whoa! Damn, what a sick burn. $500. Well, I'm gonna have to go out and get some champagne tonight. Thank you, Mr. Easy Commands. You know what? We should do some armlet games. So guys, I've recently discovered that the best item in Dota 2 is actually the armlet. Think about it. For 2,000 gold, you can have an instantaneous 500 HP heal at any time. If you're 1 HP, suddenly 500 and 1 HP. Just like that.
And their best hero. Wait, ain't that kind
Hi,
of
Johnny. Armlet techies.
Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left.
Damn, my mom is busy. Yeah, she's got a lot of relatives, right? She actually has like eight brothers and sisters. And they all have kids. And their kids are starting to have kids, so you know the list is long. Well, I'm immortal. What the fuck?
Your pick now. You know what to do.
Happy Dud. He was in my game the other day. Hell yeah. Thanks, BJ.
10
hard support.
seconds. Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Offlane Kunkka.
Yeah, who am I kidding?
KFC. Bye, Lagger. Tomorrow sounds good, buddy. Phoenix into Mirana. You're welcome, Blackjack. You're welcome. I actually didn't realize that the logo was there the whole time. I mean, for that long.
Okay, your pick now.
Oh
You know
boy.
what to do.
Yeah, we play Vengeful Spirit.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Oh, sorry about that, BJ. Armlet bench. You know what? That could be a thing. Actually, what's the exact cost of armlet, anyways? Armlet 2,380. 9 damage, 25 attack speed, 5 HP, 5 HP, 5 armor, 5 HP regen. But it gives you 31 extra damage, so it's just 40 regardless of your primary attribute. 25 strength, and an additional 4 armor. So you get 9 armor. Yeah, that's actually quite an amazing item if you guys look at it stat-wise. And you're good at toggling. I'll show you guys some togglings later. English only, thanks. You see how everyone else is speaking English? Oh, these kids.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
So if Kunkka gets X marks the spot, he can easily combo with Mirana's arrow. We can get First Blood top. Something like via stun. X marks Mirana arrow. Welcome back, Paul. Welcome back. Thanks, Benit. Kunkka, Mirana wanna try for First Blood. So he's ready to learn X. 400 cast range.
Yes.
Revenge, Blight, Armlet, Medallion, Blight number 2? Oh, right. Just a casual Blight? You know what? That sounds like a pretty good item build, Namdota.
The time has come.
First blood!
I fly.
Alright, that's a lot of stun stacking.
30 seconds to showtime.
BB top, BB top.
Battle.
Wah wah. Wait a minute, Kunkka, you speak English?
Yeah, bro, what's up?
Oh no, dude.
Oh no.
I'm going to ours.
Are you sure?
Battle's starting. Just remember.
Sure what?
Job to do.
The time has come.
Hey Mirana, let's get another kill. Free Hong Kong. How dare you? That's how dare you? Easy chain stun. Thank you, WW_deleted. Damn, $131. Wait a minute, maybe we can get another kill here.
It's a weird angle.
Yeah, it is weird angle. Let's see how much he pushes this lane. Okay, you guys ready? I think these creeps are almost dead.
What, not your job or something?
Not Bristleback.
Yes, Bristleback, you pussy!
Alright, bro.
Free Hong Kong? Chinese government, don't come at me.
Yes, I have.
That's pretty funny. Slock's got baby rage.
You get nothing.
I am not argue.
Should we try that again? I mean, yeah. Alright, one more time? We're gonna come closer.
Vengeance flies beside me.
It's level 2.
Oh, he's level 2?
We're gonna fucking die.
Oh shit. You guys are dead. I'm good.
I've been fucking dead.
You're fucking dead.
Ow!
Oh, Miranda still has arrow.
Phoenix is TP.
Run me, fuck pussy.
Pause 3 Abaddon.
Consider yourself denied.
Wanna go in again?
Phoenix TP top. Phoenix TP top.
Okay. Okay.
Fuck Phoenix, man.
Let my vengeance soar.
Did he see me? BB, get ready. BB, 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 BB.
Shoot your fucking arrow. Ah, shit.
Oh shit.
The counter.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
We all fucking dead. The counter is too real, bro.
Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, I have avenged. Nice. Nice,
Yeah,
nice,
buddy.
nice.
Feels
You have
good, man.
teammates.
Yes. Faster.
I think you just back. Four, three, two, one. Come on, man. What are you doing, dude? Need more regen. Don't just let it explode in your face like that. What the?
I think I'm just dead.
I don't think you are.
The time has come.
I think if he dies, he's dead. Oh, yeah, your courier, I see that.
I am not arguing.
Not too deep, not too deep.
You can go back in.
Yeah, we can go back in. Wait for your pants.
Yeah.
I fly. Four.
You can fight him, fight him. Have another. I have stun in like 10 mana. Oh fuck. No. No! No!
Get the runes. Get the runes.
Oh man, I even tried to use clarity.
Hell.
I'm coming.
Kill him.
Oh, you greedy boy.
Zeus is level 6. Careful.
Okay.
Faster. As you
I stun first. Okay, you ready? Get closer. Get closer.
yes.
I think he knows.
I think he's back. Just queue on the lane.
Flies beside.
Oh no, he doesn't know.
Trying for sure.
Okay.
Let my vengeance soar.
Zeus could be bot lane. Care.
Just leave bottom. I have a big creep wave coming. I need this experience.
Okay. Oh shit!
Ouch! Ouch!
Yo, he's gonna kill me.
Fucking dead!
No!
Can you arrow him? What the fuck?
Top tower needs some help. This is one of the things in the
Hey, you know that guy that says, "Let's play some Dota"? You sound exactly like him.
double kill. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, the question mark.
Okay, I can't lane solo bottom.
Ah!
Do you got him?
Nice.
I'm gonna go.
Oh, I see easy ward. Think about what items I'm gonna buy this game. Holy shit! Why else do we need this game?
I'm level 6. Come top. Kill Bristol.
He's level 6 now.
Yeah, Solar Crest.
Yes, I fly.
Got him!
The Skywrath style.
Ah, you're gonna get
You
it.
might be able to kill Blizzle back.
Can I have a tango, please?
Okay.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Double damage.
Double kill.
You're gonna die anyways.
I am not arguing. The time has come. Let my vengeance soar.
Can we combo Phoenix? Miranda, you ready?
You wind out of here.
Oh dear.
Batten has his ult, doesn't he? I have a stun in a sec. Let's stop being silenced. Peek him away. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Come on, get out of here.
Oh shit.
Your top tower is under attack.
Can we chase this guy? Oh, he went this.
Tower is under attack.
Oh, I found him.
Killing spree.
Nice. Fuck! 10-minute bounty runs. 10-minute bounty runs.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Wah wah.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
How many times must I set out on this road?
I got Earn.
Okay. Hey, Storm, we can kill. Like, if you just... Okay. I don't know why he just doesn't use... He can use that.
Your top tower needs some help.
I'm actually high level as fuck.
You shall be broken like my
Oh, moonlight.
faster.
Phoenix ult bottom.
Bottom tower. It's
Oh fuck, I missed like every last hit just now.
Shrine. All their shit's down there, except for the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming bot. Fuck him.
Let me get a little closer, Storm. Jab.
Oh shit.
I don't even have TP, dude.
your top tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on. Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. Your top tower has fallen.
I'm getting it. I'm getting it.
Oh! Hey. Kill this ward.
Your top tower needs some help.
Crystal back! What is Slark doing over here?
There's a wyvern mid.
Yeah, I'm doing a shit job warding. It's a really shit job, actually. Did he see me? Did he see me just now?
Can you get pipe after on Tonka?
I'm coming top.
Might be able to kill this.
Alright, Slark.
Play right.
Zeus should be a very easy
think
kill.
he saw me.
Storm, can you jump on him?
Oh man, he saw me, dude.
Mine's for creep.
Coming mid.
Just swap me, you fucking bitch!
What?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Whoa.
Your
Get
middle
toxic.
tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Just is TPing bot.
Coming.
We can't kill that guy, dude. He's invincible.
Nope, you cannot kill.
They're all bottom. They're all.
Nah, fuck it. Fuck.
You know, sometimes teenagers, they just like to swear and stuff.
The time has come.
We can actually kill Bristleback with me, I think.
Yeah, let's
With
go.
you,
Let's
we
go.
can.
Come on.
Better pop on over to the bottom tower. Bottom tower is fallen.
We do no fucking damage. What the fuck's going on?
You know, teenagers, they just like to
There
swear.
we go.
I mean, I said we could kill him. I didn't say we could do it quickly.
I get the runes.
Allies disappear.
Nice.
Alright, I'll try to get the bottom ones.
There's no way you're getting bottom ones. Their whole team are bottom.
You sure about that? So if I get a rune,
The prize is mine.
If you get a rune, I'll PayPal you $5.
Stupendous.
Nice rune, by the way.
I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Oh no!
Deny it, bro.
I'm trying. I'm too slow.
Who is this Venge player? What the fuck?
Hey man, you told me you'd give me $5.
Be careful.
Oh, I got you beated by money again.
Can you get a pipe after?
No.
Okay.
Okay. I'm coming top.
It's lucky, man. Watch out.
Thanks, man.
Let's kill him again. I think we can do it.
Slark's leaving though, so.
Over here.
I'm very behind in farm. I need to hit some creeps.
Let the fun begin. Double damage.
I need a ward. God, I'm so scared to ward right now. Don't use your quelling blade.
Back up.
Okay.
I'm running if we can reinitiate.
Zeus, don't use your ult.
Re-engage, re-engage.
Zeus, don't ult.
No, they all back up.
Oh. Oh.
Got my spirit vest.
Good thing I used that wand earlier. Calculated. Nah, I gotta save myself.
Wait, did I get permanent agi from you?
We can play late game. They're stronger now. Yeah.
I mean, we win late game like 100 times over. Just getting there is gonna suck.
Yep.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Can we defend?
Tower could talk.
Maybe.
Pretty mad at you.
I can TP. Storm's killing Wyvern. There's 2 bottom. It's just 3 mid. It's just 3 mid. Can we kill the Zeus? Can we focus the Zeus? Holy shit, he has ag in him.
Oh shit!
Oh! Oh shit!
Oh my god.
Nice. Can we do Roshan? Can we do Roshan? Can we do Roshan? Go, you pussies! Go!
I have a Phoenix there.
Who cares?
Storm takes it. Storm takes it. Yeah, can someone stand over here so that the Winter Wyvern can't like fly in?
Nah, he's not gonna be here. Watch it. He's not gonna be here. Oh fuck, I'm almost dead! I'm dead. Run! 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 Run!
Help!
Oh, I want this sentry ward though.
You fucking egg. Wait, this is good space here. They're chasing Kunkun, getting second tower. This is super.
I'm out! I'm out! I'm good!
That's Omega
Good,
good.
I'm getting a pipe.
I have Diffusal now. So this Crucifix game's a lot harder now.
A lot harder for who?
For Bristle, 'cause I'm
Oh, okay, good, 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 good. 20-minute runes. Get those runes.
Dire's structures are fortified. I fly. I'll take that.
Can we make a smoke? Do we have smoke?
The shopkeeper has smoke.
Fucking buy it then.
Oh fuck.
Coming top, kill the Zeus.
They're all together. You should be careful.
Fuck him. Oh, we don't have Storm.
we don't have Storm.
Yeah, like I said.
Oh, they don't have Bristle though. They don't have Bristle.
Let's go!
I'm gonna jump the Zeus.
God. Stop hitting me, fuck's sake.
Bristle's on me like an idiot. He's an idiot. He killed me, never mind. But he chased me like a fucking...
I'm out.
Get away from that. Get away from that shrine.
Storm is
Yo, Storm's dead. Storm has ages. Storm has ages.
Oh, Jesus.
Just leave, bro. Just leave. Don't feed anymore. We're good. It's fine.
Let my vengeance soar.
Help!
Just TP, man. You can TP.
Kill him, kill him.
Oh dear.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh my god, there's so much farm bottom.
That's all mine, Slock.
Fucking Kunkka, no!
Good job, Kunkka.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh shit.
Almost got my pipe.
I think we just win when you get that.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, can we ask them to just open when you get it?
Alright, that sounds...
No, my solar crest.
I'm dead.
As you
There's a DD on Winter River.
We're ahead in farming levels, so just keep doing what you're doing.
by my wings.
Hey, I like some of these last hits, Marina. Thanks, man.
My spirit soar.
Oh, that's very nice.
Let my vengeance soar.
Yeah, no, this is a great team. Sometimes you get this.
As you
Are any of you partied up?
Nope.
Negative.
So I queued like 25 minutes for this game.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
with a vengeance.
Oh, you're right.
I'm just trying to put
Stop feeding, man.
Kunkka's a total teenager, man.
Look at my Kunkka, farming creep is perfect. We're gonna get our items and fucking own them. Who cares? Pause.
Stop feeding.
Alright.
Precisely.
Dire's doing that
Yeah.
Yeah, have to do it till that's done.
If you insist.
Oh shit. Mother. Well, you know, essentially there.
I am not
Power room bottom, power room bottom.
Please, so I can get my item. Don't fucking come. Thank you. Just keep dodging them, right? We don't need to fucking fight these idiots. Please.
Hey man, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'm getting a BKB too.
You know, their catch sucks dick, huh? They don't have like this instant initiation kind of hero type of
Mongolia,
hero.
I'm pretty sure I stood in for your RD2L team recently.
You know, like someone like a Slardar or a Enigma or a Magnus, right? They don't have someone like that. Hey, you know what, guys? Their team is really bad at catching people.
I stood in for your RD2L team.
Oh
like,
shit!
A couple weeks ago.
Get those runes.
Because you were gone.
Oh, Storm! Storm!
Nice.
We can fight them, we can fight them. I'm running bottom.
Storm is out of mana though. Can we kill Bliss first though?
Rather kill everyone else, but
Alright, fuck, I'm going in.
they see me here. Oh, they don't see me here anymore. Oh, they see me now. Oh, they don't see me anymore.
Can you tell me where it is?
I think it was just the Phoenix giving them vision. They don't
Can we
see
take
me
mid
I don't think they can see that far at nighttime, man.
right there.
Fucking combo kill the egg! I'm silenced!
Fuck, can't swap that guy, dude. Holy shit, that bristle is so strong. Zeus is back here. Run. Maybe I should have. Who did I put the solar crest on? It was either the Slug or the BB, but I wasn't sure which one. Let's read the difference. Cast on an ally gives them 8 armor, 80 attack speed, and 10% movement speed. Cast on an enemy removes 8 armor, 80 attack speed. Yeah, I'm not really sure who to put it on. I put it on Slark Doctor? Okay. Care Storm. Oh man, my warding is so bad.
They have vision on their shrine, by the way. I am there. You can get there to do.
I think I just put it on Slark so he can take more agility.
With a vengeance. Allies disappear. Forward.
Faster. I'm running bottom. Is there any way we can turn this? Like, they're committing really hard.
I don't have a TP.
Marano's very
He's dead.
Oh, that's fine, it's fine. Space for you guys, dude. It's fine.
Vengeance flies beside you.
What the fuck is a blitz?
Oh, they see this ward. But they won't see this ward.
Poppy, BKB, and TP, bro.
I'm gonna get Wind Wyvern ulted. Yeah, I don't know. What?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh, rip.
And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more. The enemy's top tower has
Yeah,
fallen.
we can keep going. Keep pushing top.
To knock down your middle tower.
The time has come.
How the fuck Slug's not dead yet?
I know, right?
What's happening here?
They're still chasing him. Like, a bunch of fucking.
Come get back. Come get back.
Oh, I'm out.
Alright, see ya.
I have no more tips.
This bristle bat hit like a fucking truck.
No, we could think to do Roshan again.
He's not building it.
Free ward?
Dire structures are fortified.
Thank God their team has 0 stuns except Wyvern ult.
I know, right?
Enemy's middle tower has been denied.
Coming strong.
We can kill his outbound.
Motherfucker!
What the fuck?
Help Storm? Oh, he's up.
Killing Phoenix?
No egg, no egg.
Keep walking the straight line, bro.
Help! The fuck team!
Double kill.
Nice arrow, bro.
Storm is crazy.
Get the runes, get the runes.
Haste!
That's very nice.
Stupendous!
Almost
Need
got my
more
BKB.
items. Might even buy a pipe for myself. Or forced. I don't know, man. I'm still thinking.
You guys are hacks.
I am not
Probably realized their team has 0 lockdown.
I mean, bristleback's like the biggest
I'm
problem.
getting a load of sword after I get my BKB.
Yeah.
Yo, Mirana, can you get 4 staff?
Yeah.
We need some support items.
Do we have any Glimmer Capes? I feel like Glimmer Cape's like super good this game, you know?
Is it?
They have a Zeus though, what the fuck?
I mean, it.
Slack seems to agree with you, Namdota.
Dude.
True. But I have a pipe though.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's back up.
They have no catch.
Rose is up.
Flick push. And if they separate and mistake,
Yeah, Rose is up.
kill them.
Alright, let's do Roshan.
Yeah, just ignore Bristleback, he's unkillable.
Yep. Stark, can you check for rewards mid, please? Especially near the Roshan pit? Thanks.
Yeah. They see me here.
Okay, I have sentry. You can deward it.
See me up. They see me up here too. What the fuck? There's 2 of
Double
them.
vision, you know?
Holy shit, that just gave me my Scott.
Oh, Storm's
Whoa,
going
whoa,
in.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Kill him! Storm's fucked dead!
Oh shit, the Batten saved him.
Back, guys.
Nah, back.
Back.
Here, okay. Slark's okay, Slark's okay.
What?
Run, Slark, keep running.
Split push.
Your message is not hidden, Namdota.
I do not have buyback. I'll save for it now.
Alright, back.
Careful.
Whoa, what are you doing over there? Hey, get back, Kunku.
Oh, they have ATOS, man. We can't play like that anymore.
Just 1 creep left.
Oh boy, just running down mid.
Pretty good move if you ask me. No mid-tower can talk. It'd be pretty magic. You wanna talk to the birds and probably stop that.
Holy shit.
Yes! I'm gonna make a fortune! You got one less middle tower.
Give me chase. Shit.
Help someone, Phoenix.
Can we go Roche?
Yeah, go Roshan.
Go Roche.
You blew it.
Oh, okay.
Nice arrow, bro.
How did I miss?
You suck dick!
Alright, I'll take She's. Storm take Aegis.
Hey, grab the bottom banner and Storm, please. Oh, never mind.
I'm going bot.
Bounty runs.
Yo, kill them. If we see, dude, I think we actually just kill this guy. Maybe.
I'm grabbing, like, there's 2 people grabbing bounty runs.
Gold from my chest.
Can you wait for my BKB? 400 away.
Yeah, you don't have to rush this game.
Don't dive, please.
Storm's teeping, or Zeus in the back.
Yeah, I'm not there, guys.
Kunkka not
Careful.
here. Kunkka not here. Yeah, wait for it.
TP anything for the top farm. This will give me 25. I have buyback now.
Okay.
I am not arguing.
Hi, Cassandra.
I don't want.
Playing
I don't
Vengeful
wanna let
Spirit.
them get our shrines. I want to keep our shrines alive as long as possible.
Whoa, what I miss? Regeneration.
Oh god.
Storm's pretty dead.
Uh
I'm running.
They have hacks.
oh.
He's gonna get hexed.
He's okay.
Use your bloodstone. Use your blood.
I'm
Wait
dead.
off the ult. Wait off the ult and go back.
Yeah, I got you hacked, bro. What the fuck?
I'm over here.
Killing spree! Double kill!
No, it almost feels like we need a Silver Edge. Oh, jeez! Sorry.
Jesus, bye bye.
I had my BKB in courier all the time. Feels bad, man.
Silver Edge for do easy kill Zeus.
We just need to
Done.
Everyone else and then
No more static field for you.
this five's actually kind of suck. Okay. Yeah, if you can just keep me alive, I'll kill all of them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Why is there nothing there?
If you insist. Ooh, your bottom tower's kinda bad.
Enemy bristleback 60% Tidebringer cleave. What?
Can you cut the waves, Storm, without dying, maybe? I really don't want to buy back here.
Shrine is under attack.
They're not gonna make me buy back. Never.
I'm buying Lotus, by the way.
The bottom shrine has fallen. As you wish. Forward. Faster.
Yeah, I have it.
No, he's saying, do you want it?
All right, we need to go for pickoffs.
Yep.
Here, come get the cheese.
I have a smoke.
I pop it. Let's go.
Okay.
Zeus top. Zeus top.
Okay, go to Miranda smoke. Okay.
Let's go fuck him.
Careful, we don't want to fight on the shrine. If we can fight them like away from the shrine, that's good.
Zeus has no buyback. If we kill him, we win the game.
Yes, Abaddon.
We kill him, we win the game, except for the bristleback.
Wait for one guy to come here.
Ward.
Zeus. We see Zeus. We see Zeus.
Oh shit. My right clicks do something? Yes, Slark, get my aura. Get the damage from my aura, Slark.
Jesus Christ, man.
Regeneration.
I have buyback.
Looking for me?
What the fuck?
I'm dead.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I'll hit that back.
We have really good high ground defense with the storm. I'll buy back if I have to. I don't think I'm gonna need to.
Storm, you're gonna have to cut top. Oh, there's a catapult wave.
Storm, what are you
What the
doing?
fuck?
Radiant called in the fortification. Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I can save you. I can save you.
Barracks is fallen.
Slark. Slark.
Yeah, well, so we can use it.
Oh, can't even swap them, dude. No, are you fucking kidding me? No, you don't.
This is dead for good. Nice, boy.
Go, run it down mid.
No buyback on Zeus for sure.
Love that sound effect.
Run down mid, guys. What the fuck? Force some buybacks.
I can push Phase up. Go mid.
And his name is John C.
Come on, kill him. Kill him.
It's still nothing.
Holy shit. Oh, jeez.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
For God's sake, man.
Middle barracks has fallen.
We don't have buyback for 5 minutes.
I can buy Lolas, but I need to save for a buyback.
Can't.
You might need to storm to buyback, honestly. Which sucks a lot. I don't know. If we can Mirana cut the mid wave at all? So we can just cleave down the wave with Zuko with X.
Oh, come on.
Zeus is back here.
Really good TP. Well played. I don't know why they're not pushing. Are they
When's Roshan time again?
There's no way.
Nah, I don't think so.
Can we carry like sentries so that they can't glimmer? I've been fucked by them glimmer keeping like 3 times now.
$45 runes are almost up.
Middle barracks are looking shaky.
We need to kill the Wyvern. Wyvern's like our biggest
They
target.
have so many sentries.
Whoa, whoa, where is he going? Oh, bounty runes.
Stupendous.
We can't let them get the next Roche. Did anyone
42 early Roshan. Oh, thanks, Lou.
That's a negative.
We should play around Roshan now. Shove out bottom, one more wave, Storm.
I am there.
Slark, can you help me deward our triangle and our Roshan area? Thanks, man.
Yeah, they have vision of me right here. It's probably a lane war.
Alright, back up, back up.
Found it.
They also see me here.
Where? Where did he see
I
you?
guess the ward's up here. They
Okay.
can see me everywhere right here. They cannot see me here, so they don't have vision. Across.
No, they saw you
might-
just now,
they do
didn't
have
they?
vision across the river. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna check
Don't get
close
picked
real
What the
quick.
fuck? Where is it?
Close is up.
Yo. Oh, it was right here.
I got low this.
Okay.
Just kill Wyvern, honestly. Like, Wyvern just disrupts our fights really hard. Wyvern dies, the fights are easy. Goes like Wyvern, then Abba, then Phoenix or something, I don't know. Storm should focus killing Zeus, though.
I think we don't want to take a team fight if we can, so maybe someone like Storm should push that bottom.
We don't have to fight, we fight. And I catch them.
He has a BKB.
Okay.
They don't see me here, never mind.
Fuck.
Oh, it's fake. I got bamboozled.
Slark, you have to come back towards Roshan.
Yeah, I can TP to the
Oh,
shrine.
we can do the Konka combo. I can sit in fountain. And he's in.
Hey, we still want to avoid team fights.
Killing spree!
We need to kill Zeus. Kill Zeus. Help. Kill Abaddon.
Dominate! Regeneration. Killing spree!
We're going up, go back. Go.
Kill Zeus, kill Zeus.
Can we go?
Nothing no more.
The wait is over. I am here.
Do spot back here, guys.
Unstoppable!
Whoo!
Go Roche.
Yeah, go Rosh.
Storm takes ages to see about best.
Thanks, MZ.
I think I take Refresh Orb, honestly. I think I take it for double BKB, double ult.
Okay.
You can take cheese,
Is mine.
Alright, that tier 2 bottom's pretty important, actually.
Yeah, let's get
50 mana runes. Secure 50 mana runes, please.
Oh, Storm. Where the hell?
The enemy's bottom shrine is
If you insist, for later. Let my vengeance soar. Haste.
Where's the body? Stupendous.
Oh no, I'm dead.
mega kill!
He has an Abyssal Blade. You can't TP out with BKB.
I'm running to you, Storm.
Be very careful. Be very, very careful. The bristle can kill you super easy.
Yeah, Storm has no buyback. Careful, careful.
Ignore the BB.
Abaddon's up. Kill the shrine maybe if you can't. I don't know. Just play safe. I don't want to have to buy back here.
Faster.
Do we have Aegis?
That wave. Just get back.
We don't have Aegis, huh? Get back. Get back, please.
They're running. Leave, 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 leave.
To battle.
What the fuck, man?
Unstoppable! Suck it.
Then
What the fuck's happening?
10 seconds. 10 seconds and I'm up.
Nah, I don't think we can kill him.
Can we chase it all? Can we? Don't let them get out of this. Storm? The fact that they just get out is pretty bad here.
very well.
Play really safe, Storm. They've been traveling around as 5 and they can just kill you with 5.
I am not arguing.
I'm just gonna smoke to put down some words.
They're all missing, guys. Careful.
Damn. Okay, never mind.
They don't go for single pick. They always play together. They're just kidding. They're all mid. If you can find that Zeus top, you should kill him.
That was smoke. He's stuck here.
Allies.
That might be game.
Storm's dead, dude. Fuck.
I fly.
Holy shit, it's a fucking tank! What the fuck? Oh no 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 no.
Invisibility.
Monster! Double kill for you again.
This might be game.
Dude, how did Storm die?
He went all in on Zeus and he couldn't do it, and then he had no mana to get out.
It's probably a game, honestly.
No, it is game. We lost. Yes. I don't know what happened there, guys. They shouldn't have committed on the Bristle like that. It was so fucking stupid. I have no idea. Just like get some stacks or whatever. You won't fucking like all in him. Have we learned nothing or? We learned nothing.
SGG.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh well.
Your middle barracks.
GG guys. It was still really good. Almost 1 hour game.
Radiant structures are fortified. We own paying attention to the rules. Defend your agent!
I feel like Storm threw the game a bunch of times.
Radiant agent is nothing but rubble. Dire, take it all the way.
Did we need Silver Edge? I don't know. I'm not sure we need Silver Edge. Oh, I'm a gold tier. Actually, I might get on my Smurf. Hold on a sec. Let me just. First of all, let me just look at this game. Yeah, I feel like Storm just went a little bit too YOLO a few times. And this Zeus, like he itemized to survive Storm's burst, but he went for it anyways. A really high risk play. Oh wow. Anyways, in terms of Bristleback's rank 193. In terms of buying Silver Edge, I'm not really sure. Cause like, I mean, yeah, you could take away his passives, but he's still really, really, really tanky, and you're probably still wasting your time. You know what I mean? I know what you guys are thinking. You guys are thinking like the Silver Edge is some kind of silver bullet, right? But nah, you still got all these items that you guys have to deal with. I think the Zeus is a really big problem. I don't know, they just had a really balanced lineup, you know? Like the Abaddon was a huge problem because whoever we tried to focus on, he would heal that person. He's got Glimmer. He's got Sheepstick of his own. Let's see, Mirana bought Vlad's and eggs. I don't think that Mirana should have bought eggs. I feel like... I would, oh man, it would be great if Mirana bought like maybe a Sheepstick. Like, I don't know, like this Ags, I think Ags is really good for these like wave clearing, right? Like if you want to split push, you can buy this, but like when she bought Ags and now she's got this really weird role in the game. Like although she can't flash farm with Ags, we kind of lose more team fights because of it. Like the extra Starstorm, it doesn't really help that much in team fights. Whereas like if we had a Sheepstick instead of Ags, you know, you can like if Storm goes on Zeus, then Mirana can sheep the Abaddon or something like that, or the Winter Wyvern. Like we needed to prevent one of the saves. And also we don't need the wave clear or the split push because we have Storm Spirit. Like he's like the best, one of the best like split pushing heroes in the game. You guys don't have pipe? Nice one. Anyways, I only had one item the entire game, which is just Solar Crest. I bought it just to empower the Slark. Anyways, give me one moment, guys. We're gonna hop on another 5K account. Problem is Venge doesn't have Rapier. Ah, oh, fuck. You got me, man. Logging in now, guys. Smurfing illegal? I don't know. I think it's the Scourge, but I mean, my main account is like what, 5.6k, and this account is like 5.3, 5.2. And we're gonna do some experimental builds using the best item in the game. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this unranked. They're gonna arrest you, you Smurf doctor. I killed Thazad. So anyways, those are some of the reasons why I think that we lost last game. Why do you guys think we lost last game? Nice item. Glad you like it. Actually, yeah, who should we do armlet on, guys? I really want to practice my armlet skills because honestly, it's such an amazing item. And it's not going to be a conventional hero like Huskar or Wraith King. It's gonna have to be agility or an intelligence item because I wanna see if I can do it. You know, I don't have the real best item. Divine Rapier. Ah, damn it. PA. Yeah, PA is a classical. Not really classical, but a decent armlet hero. Invoker. Oh yeah. I think this guy's trying to stir up some shit. Do I need to ban you? Let me know. Slardar. It's gonna be an agility or an intelligence hero, guys. Agility or an intelligence heroes. Crystal Maiden. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we might even do it on Sniper. I actually did it on Silencer the other day. The guy with the paintbrush, his name is Grimstroke, dude. What, you guys think Weaver? Well, I mean, we would have more than one save. Shikuchi's kind of a save too. That'd be a pretty durable Weaver for sure. Make a pull. Oh, that's an idea. Oof. Hello, Hotentot. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? We're about to do our next hero challenge. Armlet best item. Every hero, every game. But to make it interesting, we're going to do it on an intelligence or an agility hero. Hi, Frost Dragon. Leveling a shaman in World of Warcraft, you mean? Or in Dota 2? You about to have your reward soon? Ricky Armlet. You know, guys, like, if I'm gonna buy Armlet, I kind of want to tank, and I don't really want to tank as a Ricky. Why not Druid? First of all, I just don't like Lone Druid. I know you probably like Lone Druid, but I don't like to play Lone Druid. Kind of like how we don't like to play Chen either, right? Ember would kind of make sense because he often like goes in pretty deep and. But anyways, I'm really interested in trying Blade Mail and Armlet together. Hey Pallavi, my best hero is Spectre. Monkey King's a decent candidate. Hey Nicholas, it's got to be an agility or an intelligence hero. I have a rank again, 1277, but the Invoker earlier, he was like 5.66 and he was ranked 1900. What the fuck is going on? I actually don't get it. Necro would be kind of cool. Okay. Let's do this.
Your turn to ban.
Where's my sound effects? Amber or feed? Oh, there we go. I'm playing off lane. So we've decided that it's going to be an off lane hero. Some kind of off laner who buys armlet. Yes, I understand what Miranda means. And you only need to say it once.
10 seconds remaining.
Take Ember. Oh, dude, it's the quaff from a while back.
Your turn to pick.
All right, we're playing. We're actually gonna play Viper. Viper armlet.
Do it! Just do it!
Doing it. Okay. Position 6. Where does he wear the armlet? On his tail, of course. You put the armlet on the tail. He can waggle it. I'm going mid.
Your turn to pick.
Ember or feed. So I don't think he's actually going mid because we have a TA, right? So let's just assume that his name is a lie. His PP? Yes. Winglet? That's a good one, NTR.
Your turn to pick.
Where can he wear his shoes? Haven't you guys ever put your shoes on your hands? I've done that before. Where's armlet techies? Yes, Johnny. Yes. So now that we're playing offlane Viper, how do we itemize for the beginning? I think we need some mangoes. Yeah, something like this. See you in a bit, Lulu. Wait, I'm on my Smurf. But this is the guy that I get on my... Alright, the Smurf is like 300 MMR lower than my main or something like that.
From the never returns. Swoop the battle.
Prepare for battle.
Viper's so slow, dude. 278 move speed. Oh my god, pathing's gonna take me not the way that I want to be going. Next challenge could be AoE challenge, Shiva's Battle for Mjolnir. Yeah, but that doesn't sound like a good build. You guys can see the game fine. Pudge has a Quelling Blade. Only noobs buy Quelling Blade first. So is Pudge a core?
Yes. I glide on. My favorite customer. Swiftly. I roam.
Jesus, careful.
Oh, I didn't get it.
That's really expensive, these two nether toxins. Oh. What the? Oh my god! Oh, and oh, I can't even cast another toxin. Anti-mage burned me at the right time.
What happened? You get up?
Thrust ahead. Yes. Sweet salad.
What the fuck, Tiny? Okay, am I a 4?
Thou art denied.
My fangs drip. I fly into a rage. I glide on.
They still go for it? Are you serious?
Oh, die!
Courier bottom next.
Spitting.
Okay, whatever. Me and Tiny will share farm.
Poison burn. Denied. I fly. Feel the burn. Here's poison
Whatever, man.
in your eye.
Okay.
Malicious intent.
It shall not be.
Hook me, Pudge. Hook me.
Swiftly. Swiftly.
Man, I'm not getting farm this game. This fucking Tiny hits for 87 damage.
My wings
Fuck this shit.
extend. I glide on.
Should just start stacking and pulling.
Swoop to battle. Unleathering wings. Overseen. I rope. I fly.
I'm not with you. I'm not with you.
Forward.
Stack, please. Oh my god.
I fly.
Put that thing on midair. Put me up in the air. That's just stupid.
Regeneration.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Gliding in. Yes.
Ah, bitch. Sorry. Oh, no.
Pudge is like over here somewhere. Oh, there he is. Alright.
Oh, you stole all my stats. Funny.
5-minute runes. I remember this crop from the other day. He's really funny.
Thrust ahead.
seeds of fortune.
To a rage. I roam. I fly. Sweet acceleration.
Oh yeah, you want some of that? You like that?
So stupid.
Wah wah. I'll stack this shit again. I think you hit it at like 50, almost 55, like 54, 55. Come on, come on, come on. I think I did it.
Poison burn. Swoop the battle.
Hi, The Raj. How you doing, bud?
Sorry about that, bro.
You serious? Okay.
I'm gonna go.
Unleathered wings.
Who dodged it? Let's go.
Overseen.
Come on, stack again. I don't think I did it. Hi, Mana Boots, Tony.
Why'd you send me?
Oh my god.
Good stuff coming here.
Sorry, it's been a while. Run, run, run.
Hit her, hit her. Thank you. I'm doing good things.
You want to buy a potion, I'll bring it to you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way to a...
Your top tower is under attack.
I glide on.
Hello, go. Andrew.
Nice. Hi, Mana Boots. One sec.
Real bad bush. No, time.
Feel the bang.
Warriors of the wood.
Attack. Here's poison in your eye.
HP for top. Wanna come? Yeah, south.
Top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Spitting distance.
Your top tower is under attack.
Gliding in.
Dire structures are fortified.
Roots and run.
Nah, you can try. In case I have to teeth.
I fly into a rage. My fang.
For top, if we get a rotation, like Monkey King.
Yeah, we can rotate in a sec. We're about to finish bottom.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Sweet salivation.
Okay. I thought I had him.
Right muscle thrust.
Radiant structures
Shrine up?
are fortified.
He's still dead. Nah, punch too tanky. Thanks, man.
We're going to the tide, but we need another hero.
Okay.
Get him quick. Maybe we wait for anybody to come out.
Oh yeah, I'll come top. I'll come top in a sec.
We can all come top really and just transition. You guys?
Coming. Toss back. Still alive. There you go.
Your top tower is under attack.
Let's push with this catapult here, please.
Okay. Wait, this is undispellable, right?
Spitting distance.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Ray died? What the fudge?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
No god, no.
Your bottom tower.
This Pudge is level 8, what the fuck? He probably read it to him.
From the nether reaches, I return.
Your top tower has fallen.
I roam.
What the fuck? My sentry's not even in my inventory.
Crying out for mid ready. Let's go find some kills, bro. Let's go mid.
Throw me. We're coming mid, We're almost there,
Center, why aren't you sending? Why aren't you doing things? What are you doing, man? Dodge. Suck my nuts. See you later.
Nice.
It's all good in the head.
お前はもう死んでいる。何
Ah, you can take it, I guess.
Oh no, so hard to stack.
With malicious intent. With malicious intent.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Alright guys, I got the best item in this game.
Your middle tower.
Get ready for some dope ass toggles.
I glide on.
I don't wanna. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
Swoop the battle.
seeds of fortune.
Time is money.
Bam!
Can you give Tiki Top? I have a Chrono.
I fly into a rage.
Do you have a ward for that ledge over there?
Because my fucking mid is just between.
What the fuck? Okay, alright, he stopped my TP, okay. Hey, fuck you.
Fucking Jesus, dude.
Anti-mage stopped my TP with the... No, I was trying to TP, anti-mage stopped it with no damage, mana void.
Some protection. God damn it. Are you kidding me?
Monkey King.
Use your clarity and pounce on that there.
And then he dies to do so.
Bitches! Let's go. Hadouken!
I glide on.
There's Pudge. Ah, there he is.
Not yet! Bitch. Let's go.
Ah.
Peace, thou monster.
Your middle tower.
Oh!
Attack.
Sentry just in case.
You know what? I should have used Magic Wand before I was eaten, I guess.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Ballsy? Yeah. Ballsy.
Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Overseen. Thrust.
God, that's.
Oh god. He dead.
No, I died.
And then we tried.
Yeah, you did.
I have Chrono. Let's go, let's go.
Forward.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Come green death. I fly.
Well,
Just straight bottom. One hit?
fuck, there's nothing here.
I glide on. Forward.
Damn it.
One fails.
Sentry, team.
I see you.
Unleathering wing.
I'm done. I'm so fucking done.
Whoa, 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 Tiny. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa.
I'd 5 times in a row by himself. That's cool. I don't understand.
You wanna fight me, bro? Jesus.
You don't know, but use it.
Oh, I can't. I can't. I'm stunned.
You're dead.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh shit.
You fence me in. You call him Pop.
Can we finally fight bottom? Can we push bottom?
Yeah,
Let's do it.
Push together or what?
I fly into a rage. Thrust ahead.
Alright, thanks, bud.
Yes.
Yo, can you kill this TA?
Don't get hurt.
Not Ravage. Shit. Oh.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Fight him?
Start, we're coming in from behind.
Oh god, I can't press my buttons, dude.
So there. What are you doing? It's not a good fight.
Get over it.
Cool. You're so smart. Smart, Monkey King. You bite back. Wow. Much mental fortitude you have. Oh.
I will have vengeance. To a rage.
Invisibility.
Death to you.
Tide, I think, has Ravage now. I have Sentry and stuff. I have Sentry. You use your Chrono? Hey, yo, I'm coming. I can disable the shell.
I glide on.
Your top tower is under attack.
I roam. I fly into a rage. My fame to rip. Oh, die! Attack! Forward.
Yo, Prophet, Sentry first.
Overseen.
Careful, you're alone, you're alone. And we lack vision.
Oh, I think anti-mage shot me just now.
Gliding in.
Yeah, she's a level 21 right?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Malicious.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Which one's a real
I don't
push?
know what you want me to do. You want me to just come in there and die with you? Or what?
Piece of shit, Tiny. I don't get why you don't fucking play Dota with anybody but yourself.
I see 2 people top and you're yelling at me to come bottom. Die.
Piece of shit. Fuck you. I don't care. Just do dumb shit. You're a piece of dumb shit, man.
Is that right?
And a Dota.
Not nearly as effective without a teammate that can run around getting shit from you. Usually there's a Tiny that wants to fucking kill shit. So, my bad. No, I don't care, bro. It's okay. I got smoke for us. I'm not mad at you. I want you to have fun in life because you're playing a game. So have fun.
Is that right? You're just talking.
Yeah, I can't tell if he's being serious.
No, he's just running his mouth.
Please.
Why did I even bother?
You Tiny, you're such a...
TA doesn't care about Blade Mill.
Radiant structures are fortified.
What's that? You reflect 400 damage? Nah, refraction.
Snipe shots.
Sir, how's your day going, Defrudge? I got a question for you guys. Should I drink Absolute Zero Monster Energy, or should I drink, what does it say, Ultra Sunrise? Come on, intense game. So the orange one or the purple one? Have I tried the mango one? No. You think you're safe, right? You're like, oh, I got four teammates here. You suspect Monster Energy drink sponsored me? Alright. Well, it's either the orange one or, yeah, the bluish one. Well, I'm blue span, so we're just gonna drink the blue one.
Your bottom barrel has fallen. Dire structures are fortified.
Wow. That's delicious. Monster Energy drink is so refreshing and delicious and energizing. Mmm.
Your bottom barrel has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Man, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
Prophet, can you come top? Or top? Teleport.
Somebody do something!
Roshan, go Roshan.
Alright. Good thing I bought these swords.
Boy. God damn it.
Don't worry, you're doing fine, bud. Pick up the Aegis! You ready? Pick it up! Run!
I'm trying.
30-minute runes. 30-minute runes. Pretty runes. Is that the real animation up there?
Hey, guy.
Yeah, real, huh? Is that the real animation?
We need to pick a fight right now. We shouldn't force this fight. They will wipe us quickly. We need it back. Do not chase them.
Okay.
We don't have chrono. We're not that strong.
Okay.
We need a good jump.
Okay.
Item, to be honest.
Oh, MP's dead.
Fresh meat.
Doing high ground.
Your bottom shrine is under attack. Your bottom shrine has fallen.
Steez. Please, high ground. We're down.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
I hope they don't have vision over here, because that would be very, very, very deadly.
For a second, or no?
Let me go.
Yo, Void, come.
Christ.
We suck dick, dude. Oh, you abandoned the game. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, buy back too. Ah! Fuck Pudge! Can't toggle. Oh, GG guys.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Radiant
Thanks, Lulu and Navraj. I don't know, but I second pick Viper, so I'm just saying. No Dota Plus on this account. Yeah, you can't practice on the toggling against Pudge. You can't do that when he's eating you and he's rotting. Everyone's supporting. Tiny only won what? That really was a douche? Hmm. Oh well, new game. Has Snail Poop been in the stream today? Wasn't he the one who was asking for a long stream? That guy's not even here. Oh man, I don't know, Gris. Maybe I shouldn't have bought Blade Mill. Actually, I'm not really sure it matters what I buy this game. How long are we gonna play for today? Probably at least another hour or two. And we've got another game. You know, Tiny did take a lot of my last hits early game. Although I guess it doesn't really specify who is position 3 and who is position 4. I guess he is dry today. Good job, Spooderman. Dry snail poop. Ugh. Although, I think dry is preferable to moist, is it not? What if everyone else wants it on? You don't understand in terms of position? It's just farm priority. Position 1 has the highest farm priority. Usually position 5 is the ward bitch. Position 1 is safe lane carry, usually. Okay, new game. So that is the Nature's Prophet from last game. That's the Tiny. That's the Faces Void.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
For any position but 5. I'm gonna wreck Dragon for shit talking and crappy builds. Go 4 then. Yeah, you want me to be 4? I'll be 4. Wow, that's a very early pick Slark. And also into a Silencer. Isn't Silencer pretty decent against Slark? He has it by BKB. Actually, is Silencer good against Slark? It depends on how you look at it, huh? I mean, if I wait for my Dark Pact, I mean his Dark Pact to end, and then I use Last Word and Global, then he's gonna be silenced for like 10 seconds.
Your turn to pick.
Am I gonna buy Armlet? Blade Mail? Well, we are gonna buy the best item in this game. So we're gonna think very carefully about the build. But we are gonna buy Armlet, because that's the best item. But I do believe that we also need a Forest Staff because they have both a Pudge and a Slark. Yeah, we'll probably go like Hurricane Pike Armlet.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Deny pick Viper? So I'm going to be laning against... Is it Ursa or is it Slark? One of these two. Pudge is probably core at this point, and Zeus is probably a support. So I might be... What? I don't even know, dude. Okay, let's do this. Thanks, Lulu. Come on, you cow. Cow! Moo!
A step ahead. Not a whisper.
Position 6 clinks. Oh, I saw somebody just now.
I go.
Cows don't go moo, pigs do. Hey. What happened with armlet best item? Armlet as best item is armlet best item. No, it's just the best item in the game because you can have instant 500 HP heal.
30 seconds to
You can survive a fight with 1 HP. Holy shit, stop being AFK.
Yes.
My god. Good thing this is unranked.
I cut a path.
Okay, we're gonna walk up this hill. Actually, no, we're not.
Silent running.
We're gonna walk like we have confidence. Just joking.
The battle begins.
A hush
Oldest trick in the book, man.
on the battlefield.
And your angle is shit. Hey, if you Fisher, you can stop the creeps from coming. Night.
I make my move.
Dude, my guy's just like AFK.
Onward.
AFK Airshaker. Airshaker's AFK.
Not a whisper.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
Yes. Gold for steel. I go. Catch this. A step ahead. Too bad for tonight. I go.
Is it just this guy bottom?
Oh, Mirana's mid.
Silently.
And I'm gonna take a creep wave and pull it.
Yes. Yes.
Try to lead the creeps up. Keep the creeps up. There you go.
I make my move.
Okay, that sucks.
Silently. I
So good. This one.
with quickness. Silent running. Onward.
I think it's all. Oh, never mind. Mirana's bottom now. So Pudge is actually a support then.
Silent running. This time. Yes. I make my move.
Where's Ursa? Ursa's just like
Not a whisper.
jungling or some shit.
Silent. With quickness. Yes.
First, went to jungle already.
Step ahead. Onward. Yes. I go.
Holy shit, Huskar's almost dead. Oh, Ursa's right here!
Exo, first blood, last word.
Nice. Fuck that kid up.
I'm your god too. On. Onward.
Please, Pudge. Please, no. No!
I go. Yes. Yes.
Easy.
I cut a path. With quickness. I don't even want to hear it.
5-minute runes, 5-minute runes.
Silently.
5-minute runes.
A step ahead.
What the fuck? There's creeps here.
I got you, bro.
Ah!
Not a whisper.
You got me?
I'm grabbing this rune. No, I don't. I'm coming though.
Look! Look!
I got you, bro. Get out of there. Get out of there.
Is this almost 6?
Silently.
You got me?
Not a
Fucking
whisper.
latest shit ever.
I make my
Fuck off.
Yo, can you Fisher him? Fisher! Just Fisher do it!
This should be enough.
Oh man, it's real close.
I go.
Oh, motherfucker.
No, Zeus.
A step ahead. Onward.
Just fucking Fisher, bitch!
Zeus.
Yes. With quickness.
Don't get arrowed, don't get arrowed, don't get arrowed.
Denied. I cut a path.
Still waiting on that freaking courier.
Yes.
She's dead.
Your top tower.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Dude, Ursa tried to gank Husker.
A step ahead. I cut a path.
He just ran at him with like Arcane Rune and get pushed back.
I make my move.
Come in mid, Husker.
Your top
Maybe we can
tower
do something with
is
Zeus.
under attack.
Not a whisper. Silently.
Fuck Zeus. Zeus is TPing bat mid. He saw me.
Quickness. Onward.
Should just go back bottom.
Yes. I go. Yes. Silence running.
Oh, fucking there's Pudge here too.
Yes.
So scared, dude. Retro.
I make my move.
They love you.
Who knows?
Yes.
Hey, there's gonna be a Pudge over here in a sec, Shaker.
Silent running.
Alright, I'm ready to fucking roll.
Alright. Give me that intelligence.
Silently.
Nice.
Yeah, son. Welcome to the big league, boys.
A step ahead.
1000 plus DPS.
Your top tower is under attack.
Fucking rush that over that dagger.
Onward. Hear me out. I go.
Actually, instead of I think I'm just gonna rush Axe, because I'm doing pretty well.
Do it. Yo, I'm coming top. Wait, I'm coming top.
Yes.
Zeus rotate bottom.
Okay.
Not a whisper. With quickness. Yes. Not a whisper.
Zeus, thank you so much.
Pudge.
Oh, you just got that level.
Yes, you did. Hook.
With quickness.
Zeus is still bottom.
Fight him, dude.
Or he was.
Silence.
I'm grabbing runes.
I just
40 seconds on all.
blades will answer this disrespect. Earthshaker first. It's not time yet. Onward. I make my move.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I see you.
I see you.
I go.
Zeus knows. See you later, Vinit.
I come. Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Miranda sees me.
I go.
Maybe I should have globaled for that.
Yes. A step ahead.
That was a perfect
Your
global.
top tower is under attack.
Silent running.
I'll take care of this.
Structures are fortified.
Spinning blade. Silently.
Let's grab over there.
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'll
Just get trying to do it.
I cut a path. Absolutely.
Husker. Want this haste?
Go. Silently. Not a whisper.
I don't have detection.
Yes.
I'm gonna die. Ah!
With honor.
Fucking Ursa out of nowhere.
Weak on the mana right now. Sucks. I'm low on mana. Just quick.
Step ahead. With quickness. Come for me.
Oh, thanks.
As the blades fly.
Oh, dear God.
Hey, if you need global, call for it, okay?
Yeah, if I pop that, go for that.
Silence deepens. I make my move. Onward.
Come on, Zeus, push up.
Careful, careful. Help the Husker. They're pushing off.
I go.
The fuck? Oh, oops. There you go.
Back now.
Silently.
You ready for 15-minute runs?
I've cut a path. Yes.
Holy shit, we have a planks.
Silent running.
15-minute runes. I also have global, just in case.
A step ahead. Not a whisper.
Well, fuck that shit.
Quickness. Yes. I go. Onward.
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, top, take me.
Your top tower has fallen.
They haven't TP'd yet. They're still top. They're still top.
I go.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
A step ahead.
Here, let's Let's go top. Do we want to do something about that?
I'm stuck down here for 30 seconds.
Dire structures are fortified.
Yes. Shut up.
I have global. I have global.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under
still.
attack.
With quickness.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Cut a path.
Oh man, yeah, we got caught split. Hi, Priyag, long time no see.
Teams have to do something about it.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Why are they all so fat?
Your bottom tower.
I can TP.
That is a great question.
The grave was too quiet.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I make my move. Silent running.
Your middle tower is
Go right
under
into that
attack.
shit, Ted.
Yes. I cut a path.
Your bottom tower is
On my way.
under
On my way.
Onward. Shut it.
Almost got armlet, guys. I have global on 18.
I'm down for 100.
Arrow?
With quickness.
Global on 3.
My edge goes. I beg of you.
Fucking stupid. Watch me die to that Zeus. So close to Ags too. I should be fine.
Ultimate silence, I return. Silence running. Silence is golden. Silence. I'm not ready. I make my move.
I've got my ult in 16 if we want to try to do something.
A step ahead. I go. I just
The middle tower is under attack.
It's almost like he knew not to go up this hill, but it could just be a coincidence.
Totem's killable.
No.
Yeah, it's a lot more attack.
Not a whisper.
Got the best item, guys.
Quickness.
Yeah, we are. Is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Boy, fresh mate. I cut a path.
Ursa's coming bottom. Ursa's gonna be here in a second. I'm global still.
Oh, I love you, Venge. Fuck him up, fuck him up.
Yes. I make my move. Onward. I go. I cut a path. A step ahead. Yes. Yes.
Is this dangerous farming this group with?
Gold for steel. I go. Silent running.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Not a whisper.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
With quickness. Onward. I go.
I feel like Ursa's around.
I make my move.
Ursa should probably be top by now.
Yes. Yes.
I completely know. I can grab this.
I go. Silently.
It's surprising he was able to deny himself without 12 arrows flying as bait.
A step ahead. Not a whisper.
Radiant structures.
Carrot top. When's Roshan time, Lulu? Motherfucker.
Yes.
Were you able to go there?
I have ult.
Silence.
Yes. Fuck yeah.
Does the battle still rage?
Quick, take it, take it.
my move.
Grab the Aegis, okay?
Your shrine has fallen to the dark. Your bottom tower is
My
under
fucking call. Game winning.
Invisibility.
Thanks, Pradata. Hey, Moonlight.
We're on a whole. We can take this shit so hard.
It's my last entry. Oh boy. Our spells are not used well. Hey, can we back? Huskar? Shit. Oh shit, Huskar's deep.
Yes. I make my move. Yes. This will shut you up. Shall escape.
Armlet!
A step ahead.
And his name is John C.
Oh, this is gone.
Coin for me. Yes. I cut a path. A step ahead.
Greatest item.
I make my move.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Silent running. I go. Onward. Not a whisper. With quickness.
Ursa is just dead. I might have just emotionally given up.
Fucking. Does anyone else remember that dickhead from last game?
Yeah.
The enemy's bottom tower.
Hey, I can give.
has fallen.
Oh shit.
Yes.
You ready? You ready? You ready? We're going.
Yeah.
Going in.
I'm under attack.
Oh mana, dude.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh, you're ballsy.
Zeus ult? Yeah, I can't remember.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Silent running.
Oh fuck! I was just about to force stack him.
Shut your mouth. A step ahead.
I'm ranked 1200, I think. Does anyone remember if Zeus ulted?
I think he did. That's
Okay,
why I wasn't too worried
good,
about
because I don't want to pop this on.
Come on, dude. Let's fuck him up.
I don't even want to hear it.
Oh shit.
as the blades fly. With quickness, invisibility.
No.
I go. Yes.
Hi Agnes, how you doing, bud? He's level 19. So if he sees me, he might just... Yeah, I'd be easy food for Zeus. Really easy food for Zeus. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here.
I go.
There's plenty of towers still to be taken, guys. I may go in if someone just shows up.
Yes.
Nope, no, we're scouting.
30-minute runes.
Gift from the goddess.
Shut up. Offering accepted. Get advantage. A step ahead. Not a whisper. Onward. Silently. I make my move. Shudder. With quickness. Silently. I cut a path. Not yet.
Maelstrom? What?
Silent running. Yes. Onward.
Can we do like a smoke or something? Oh, we got fudge on the map.
Catch this.
Moonlight. Nice.
Oh, that felt so good.
Oh, I bet it did.
A step ahead. I make my move. Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I'll cut you.
Alright, I need another item, guys.
It's not time yet. I strike.
Maybe Atos.
Oh, I got arrowed. Here comes.
Fudge TP'd in. Watch out for hook.
The enemy's top tower has
I
fallen.
build beds for clients. What kind of beds?
Not a whisper. Yes.
I mean, it's possible. There's like 33% chance. Oh, okay.
Attack. Any last words?
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Oh, I want it! What the fuck are you doing, man? What the fuck? What the fuck?
I can't believe that. I felt so confident about that decision.
I wouldn't hear of it.
Wow.
Spinning blade.
Yeah, that's fair.
it doesn't work though.
This is fucking Earthshaker, dude.
Dude. What a good. Anyways.
God damn
Your
it!
bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Keep Ursus.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Let no sound escape.
Yeah, I'm pretty speechless of that guy taking the eggs. Silencer eggs is really strong. Really strong.
Whisper.
Oh god, I hate this.
Silently. I make my move. Coin for me.
BKB TP? I think Vengeful can swap Kenton.
Witness. Yes.
No mana.
Onward. A step ahead.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I cut a path. Yes. I make my move. Yes.
There's a haste here.
Not a whisper.
Oh, you the guy.
Haste.
Let's kill some bitches.
With quickness.
I feel so bad about this. I believe I took that tag.
Yes. Silently. Silent running.
Uh oh.
I go. Shut it. Silent.
And Moonlight?
With quickness.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Not a whisper.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Silent running. Join the silence.
I knew that would come in handy. Like an extra long fissure.
Hear me out. Step ahead.
Please, Zeus, don't ult right now.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm. Yes. Not a whisper. Silently. Yes. step ahead.
Incoming arrow.
Whoa. 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 Whoa.
I go.
Oh shit.
Silent running. Silence is golden. Shut up.
I need to use this Aegis.
With quickness.
40-minute runes are almost up.
Yes. I make my move. I wouldn't hear of it if from the earth. I go.
Yeah, that guy's not having a good time. What's my next item? I don't know, man. I gotta think about it. Ow, 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 ow.
Not a whisper. Come to me.
You want the Haze Tusker?
I make my move.
Revenge took it? Jesus Christ. Boy.
I'm gonna wrap around the backside. Get him with the little triple flea flick.
Onward. With quickness. I go.
Fucking little cunt.
Yes.
What could the cocksucker put it on?
Yes.
I think 25 is really strong.
Silently. Silent running.
The enemy's top shrine.
Slark has Nullifier.
Not a whisper. Shut your mouth. Spinning blade.
Ooh, Roshan's up.
Got a Roshan up.
With quickness. Silently.
Ventral's trying to catch the Ursa, guys. He's somewhere around there, isn't he?
Soon you die.
Whatever, I just canceled my TP.
Cut a path.
Okay.
Yes.
Yo man, if you take this eggs, I'm uninstalling this game. There we go.
I go.
I have 2 globals now.
Hear me out. I make my move. Silently. As the blades fly.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Silent running.
Oh shit!
Not yet.
Sorry.
Oh shit!
Called me.
All the intelligences. Oh shit! Doesn't have his ult. He can do it. Well, at least he dropped the gem inside the base.
Ooh, regen. Suck my nipples. And some rooms. And Shiva Guard. Holy criminy!
Did you really want those nipples sucked?
Sorry about that. I had Spectrum call me in the middle of that last fight, so pretty worthless.
A Spectrum?
Internet provider trying to sell me mobile services.
Right, okay.
Man, he is desperate for some butthole.
Whoa, man. Whoa, 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 whoa. Go back in, go back in. Trying to cut off Zeus. Oh, my intelligence.
Oh my god, did I just solo their fucking team and survive?
Nah, that was Husker.
Bullshit. I didn't kill them, but they couldn't kill me.
I make my move.
You coming, bro?
Yes.
I don't care if it's an illusion. I'll take the money.
Yes.
Blue really wants me dead. I can fucking feel it.
A step ahead.
It's just like last game you were tiny and I was void, but I went Manta style.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Shut it. I'll cut you down.
I'm going top. I'm gonna fucking try to pull the inevitable.
Holy shit!
Not a whisper.
Ow.
Yes.
Trying to be career now.
As the blades fly.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's turret has been killed.
Holy shit.
Shut it.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Does this really want to fucking 1v1 me? Man,
All I have.
don't recommend it.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Good job, guys.
Radiant structures are fortified.
You're welcome. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That is a so-called 6500 plus Zeus. 6500 plus Zeus. Nothing different with a 2k Zeus. I mean, he did have the most firearm on the enemy team. And he did do more than their entire team combined in damage. What do you want Zeus to do, huh? Okay, that was the last game of today. Does anyone have any questions or comments? GG, guys. Hello, Johnson. All right, let's hear Perdetta. You look fine as fuck, my man. Keep slaying peace. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate your positivity. So are you going to use Armlet in ranks now? That is a definite maybe. What is my exact MMR? On this account, I don't have anything. But it should be very close to 5.2 or 3k. My Smurf, you know. I mean, my main account's like 5.6, so not a big deal. And we're doing experimental builds for now anyways. You know, a lot of these Monster energy drinks taste really good. Yeah, no, I drank the purple one the other day. I already forgot what it's called. But this Absolute Zero one, this one tastes really good too. And I got another orange can over here. Ultra Sunrise. Yeah, I'm curious what it tastes like. And none of these have sugar. Devraj, are you saying that you're going to try Bloodseeker Support? Or that I should try Bloodseeker Support? That's exactly what sponsor video would say. I don't think we would have the no sugar ones here. Hey, you never know. Maybe you just need to look around all of Romania. Just trying the Smurf can. Yeah, you know what? I actually do want to try something like that. Yeah, the other day that Bloodseeker Support, he did a lot of work. Why do I play Jug? It's kind of boring. I already have like 700 games of Jug. I just prefer to play support these days. I'm gonna take some days off and look for it. Let me know if you find it. You might be too old for this. I mean, too young for this, but it's actually from the X-Files from way back when. When I was a young warthog. Woo! I'm getting hungry, guys. It's 1 p.m. over here. I need to eat some food. You love the X-Files? Are you serious? To be honest with you, even though it should be in my generation, actually, I've never really watched it, to be honest with you. I've been watching some Strictly Dumpling guys. It's a YouTube channel where this Asian guy, he goes to like the best restaurants in a whole bunch of different cities and countries, and then he videotapes himself eating that food. Like really high-end restaurants, you know, top-rated restaurants. And he keeps eating this beef boneless short ribs. And god damn it, looks amazing. So I went out and bought some myself. Sliced it thinly and I'm excited to eat it. What are you talking about, Turk? You sound like you're 12 years old. Am I wrong? Let me know if I'm wrong. Who the fuck is talking about Nazis? Anyways, gonna play some World of Warcraft Classic, and we should be back tomorrow around the same time, so around 8 a.m. Pacific time, guys. Thank you everyone for watching the stream, and hope you guys had fun today. See you soon. Have a great day, guys.